p.m., May 22nd. Sherry, can you take roll call, please?
Here. Erica Connor. Here. Jake.
Here.
Gail Lesage. Here. Dale Porter.
Here.
Vito Schwartz.
Here.
Carolyn Simon. Here.
Here.
Diego.
Here.
Madeline. Here.
This is an open meeting and it has been posted. I'd like everybody to please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. It is hiding behind the Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's ask for a moment of silence, please. Okay, we're going to move on to citizens' comments. But before we do that, I just want to let everybody know we're going to start out with just 30 minutes because we have to get the robotics team presentations in here so the students don't have to sit through our whole meeting. They can get home. And also, I just want everybody to be very careful. I just want to read some guidelines for when you're speaking. Let's see here. The first public comment session, we are scheduling for about 30 minutes. Each person will be limited to 2 minutes. The board is here to listen and not to engage. Public comments shall be directed to the school board as a whole and not towards any individual. Public comments shall not be directed towards any individual staff member or student. If any of these rules are broken, public comments will end and the agenda will continue. If somebody in front of you voices a similar comment, you can come up to the mic and say you agree with that person to get the proceedings moving along. And with that, Craig Verts.
Deborah Sweetchick.
I would like to start with a quote from a Scott McKay article. He states, "Transgenderism is a mental illness, not a civil rights cause, not free expression, not natural societal evolution." In this same article, Mr. McKay quotes,
Deborah, can you talk into the microphone, please?
What?
Talk closer to the mic.
Closer to the microphone, please.
Closer. In the same article, Mr. McKay quotes Dr. Paul McHugh, a professor of psychology at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Dr. McHugh said, "Transgendered men do not become women, nor do women become men. All men, including Bruce Jenner, become feminized, and women become masculinized, counterfeits and impersonators of the sex with which they identify. In that lies their problematic future, a lifelong fight with their biological makeup. A 2020 study found 82% of transgendered individuals who had undergone surgical procedures or medications have thought of suicide, and 40% have attempted it. I want you to think back when you were 5, 6, 7 years old. Did turning into the opposite sex ever enter your mind? I know it didn't enter mine. I played with trucks. My mother never said, "You must be a boy." My son wanted his nails polished. He was in 6th grade. I never told him, "You must be a girl." That would have been ridiculous. It would have been ludicrous to treat him like a girl. I'm not saying a child should be shamed or shunned, but just like a student who has ADHD, schizophrenia, bipolar, multiple personalities, you encourage them to get help. Instead, this was allowed to go unchallenged for 5 years. Why are schools
20
hiding
seconds.
these parents from these incidents? Let's not trample on the rights of anyone. If a boy or his parents want to treat him like a girl, let them. But let's not trample on the rights of anyone who disagrees. Let's pass a policy that states students will mean, and I mean...
Time's up. Thank you.
That's not fair.
Okay.
That wasn't in here. Let's keep our children safe, okay?
Thank you. Next up, Roberta Canales. I'm sorry?
My name is Roberta Canales.
Thank you. Roberta Canales. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
When, I thought there was a buzzer or something. Oh, okay. If this Board of Educations feels they are fine Christians, then why are you judging other human beings based on what you think is right? Jesus loved all human beings. Judging is God's job. You should be more worried about children being shot in schools. Why are we here tonight? To judge another person. It is everyone's right to be who you are and to find happiness. This is a public school paid for by everyone. That means each and every one of us has a right to attend, not be excluded, not be bullied or mistreated. This means all races, all religions, all sexual orientation, all views are equal. If you are not a bigot or a racist or you just don't like public schools at all, then you should send your child to a private school or teach them yourself. If you want your child to be closed-minded, it's not up to me. Do what you want. I am not gay, trans, black, Asian, Native American, Jewish, or Muslim, or anything else. I'm an older woman, I am Mexican, and I am a very blunt, and I call it like I see it. I guess that's 4 strikes against me. I believe in civil rights for all. I believe that everyone should know America's history, not only the glory of what was accomplished, but the mistakes that were also made in our history. Slavery, the Holocaust happened in the 40s, gay beatings. Remember that all of us are different with different ideas, religions, sexual orientation, and the culture that we come from. And yes, someone you know and probably like might have a different view than you. You are entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to tell me what mine is. You are not entitled to hurt someone else
20 seconds.
because of your belief, whether this is physical abuse or mental abuse. God knows you didn't care. And let's not forget, everyone has a wallet here. Everyone pays taxes. You better look at what's going on in the rest of the state and the country. One district just got hit for $800,000. One just got hit for $1.3 million for
Time's
civil
up.
rights violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Curtis Frank.
Curtis, would you mind moving the mic closer to the
What's
edge of the table? Would you mind moving the mic closer to the edge of the table,
Yep.
please? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm just here to fight for basic human decency here. At this point, it's ridiculous. This is a very progressive school district. You guys have come very far. Why would you want to go back in time? It's a little ridiculous to me. You know, I've seen things in places where you won't want to even imagine being. Entire families ripped out of their homes because one member was gay. This is not a direction we want to go. You know, like Roberta just said, you know, they tried that in the 1940s back in Germany, and it didn't work out. So where do we go from here? How do you find basic human decency and understanding? You got to teach each other this. You know, you got to teach your kids that there's no reason to hate somebody just because they're black, they're white, they're Muslim, they're gay, they're straight. It doesn't really matter. The character of a human being is what matters. When I was stuck in Manhattan 22 years ago when the sky was falling, we didn't care who we pulled out of the rubble. Doesn't matter if they were gay, straight, anything, as long as they were alive. What happened? What happened to America? What happened to just understanding that this person needs a little more than somebody else does? Sure, your life is great. Sure, you can take care of things, but this person has it hard. Empathy, caring. You need to open up your hearts and your minds before you open up your mouths. It's getting old. It's time to progress. This is a very progressive school district. Keep it that way. Don't go back in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emma Bastetter.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a senior here at Mukwonago High School. I just want to start by saying I hope you've all had a good day, because each and every one of you deserve it. All the parents, school board members, my own family, and even I deserve to have a good day. If this little girl that everyone is talking about was here, she should be treated the same as all of you, because she is the same as all of you. Just another person who deserves to have a good day. Of course, I'm not just here to say to have a nice day. I'm here to say that this is cruel. It's cruel to pick on one little girl and tell her that she is different. It is cruel to tell her that she cannot use the girls' bathroom because it is wrong. because parents made up stories and spread it around. All of you are here today to make a decision about one little girl. You are also concerned about what's going on in the bathroom at an elementary school. Wouldn't you think it's gross if I wondered what each and every one of you were doing when you were in the bathroom? Bathrooms are a private place where you should do your business, wash your hands, and leave. Here's a question. Have you ever been sitting and all of a sudden you have to use the bathroom so bad you're thinking you might not make it? You're rushing to the bathroom and you see a girls' and boys' room, but when you get to it, it's out of order. And then you have to find another one and walk even farther. This is what she will be dealing with every day. What are you talking about violating her rights? She has the right to use the bathroom just like every other little girl in her school.
20 seconds.
Now we can talk about the school setting. If your child has to use the bathroom, they can ask, go, and do their business. But if you make it so that this little girl can't use the girls' bathroom, you're throwing her right down in the trash. Because you are not supporting trans people, or you're uncomfortable because you're not willing to accept.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Stephanie Cerniglia.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm a mother of 2 children in the Mukwonago Area School District. I am here to say that the female sex remains in the female bathrooms and locker rooms, and the male sex remains in the male bathrooms and locker rooms. If you identify as the opposite sex to any degree, then your appendages must match in order to use that bathroom or locker room. There is a vulnerability felt amongst most when carrying out a rather private matter, whether that is using the toilets, undressing, or showering. This is not to say that those individuals who do not identify as male or female based on their chromosomes do not have a vulnerability. Children in the school system face many challenges amongst their peers, and a majority most likely would benefit from a smaller, more private laboratory or separate locker room. If we must, I suggest that our schools create gender-neutral bathrooms and locker rooms. In the interim, one change more easily made can be done by putting a stall around an established one-person bathroom, therefore no longer requiring an outside locked door for the purposes of safety and response time. We cannot reduce the protections federally given to one to accommodate another. With regards to sports, my views are similar to that of bathrooms. However, it is more complicated to explain because you have to get not only into the anatomy and physiology of it, but the biology as well. In the 2022-23 school year, the school district acknowledged to the 4th grade parents that they are seeing children go through puberty earlier on when they sent out a form requesting permission to teach a health class on puberty that is normally given in the 5th grade. The children were separated by their biological sex, boys and girls, according to the communication received for the purpose of educating them based on the changes that will happen. Therefore, it is my understanding that the school district acknowledges that biological boys are different from biological girls. From this, it could be easily argued that the in-depth physical changes that transpire throughout the course of their growth give
20
advantages
seconds.
and disadvantages. This issue of boys and girls, or girls and boys sports, affects girls more than it does boys, and it is because there are biological structural changes that give advantage to boys over girls. Simply testing hormones or testosterone is not enough for a fair competition, and not all sports can be equally judged on skill of the sport alone. We need policies in place
Time's
because
up.
all of this affects my children, and as my daughter told me, it would make her very uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Jeff Schmidinger.
Words are lost. Can I bring up my daughter specifically?
We don't want to allow anybody to bring up anybody specifically. So let's keep things general, please.
Okay, then I guess my thought is that we need to protect the children of this school district. And by doing that, there is a difference between a boy and a girl. And while somebody might think that they are a boy or a girl and they're actually a boy, we should not be letting them into the girls' bathroom. We have removed everything that allows the girls to protect themselves if something were to go wrong in that bathroom. You have to guarantee me that the girls are safe when somebody else goes in there especially somebody who is much stronger and much larger than they are. Everybody knows that biological boys are just that. And I'm so concerned that it's a question, do we actually keep kids in the school district? The safety part, it's all safety. And I'm gonna be honest with you, talking to some, they don't feel safe if they know somebody of the opposite sex is in the same bathroom as them. They've walked in, seen, and walked right back out, and they shouldn't have to do that. As the last person said, find a neutral
20
bathroom
seconds.
and go there. My last comment's gonna be, I know most of you got on the board in the last couple of years. You ran on a conservative platform to get those positions, and I just hope that you remember that that's why you were elected, no matter how progressive we were in the past. We elected you because you ran on a conservative platform.
Thank you.
Mark Summers.
Good evening. Just reading a little bit of a background about Title IX. While Title IX prohibits sex discrimination in federally funded education programs, the statute and impending regulations contain various exceptions. Relevant here, the statute explicitly allows schools to maintain separate living facilities for different sexes. The Department of Education's Title IX regulations more specifically authorize schools to provide separate restrooms, locker rooms, and showers on the basis of sex, as long as students enjoy comparable facilities. Thus, as a threshold matter, schools do not violate Title IX when they distinguish between men and women or girls and boys by operating sex-segregated bathrooms. Title IX was written to protect girls and women. It was not written to protect boys claiming to be girls or girls claiming to be boys. Jesus does love all, but the Bible is clear in how you live your life. A person's lifestyle should not be forced upon anyone. And this starts at the elementary schools and keeps going up and up into high schools, into society. It sets a precedent that we don't want. With that, why are we supporting the mental confusion of a little boy and putting the safety and privacy of biological little girls in jeopardy by allowing a mentally confused boy to use a girl's bathroom? Also, why don't girls, little girls, women, why don't they get a say in whether or not they are comfortable with a boy using a girl's bathroom or a women's bathroom?
20 seconds.
That's not been asked. Also, when referring to the segregation of bathrooms, it is referred to as the anatomical and physiological differences between males and females. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Wilhelm, sorry.
First, thank you. This forum is exactly what we look for. But I have some real concerns. Besides being sad at the language being used to talk about kids, people who are different, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk a little bit about transparency. In May's meeting, when the board moved back to two-meeting structure and a committee of the whole, I was a little bit anxious. I was kind of also anticipating some great conversation. And what happened was very flat. Two board members talked about their opinions. The rest of you clearly had made up your mind before the meeting, which, what does that mean? That's not transparent. That's not a public conversation. That's not a public debate. Member Schwartz spoke of transparency, of public representation, and I was excited to hear it. But please ask yourself, when you take on subjects that divide, are you truly acting in the community's benefit? Or are you just acting on your own? Citizens' comments that aren't tied to an agenda item, I thought that they had to be tied to an agenda item. Conveniently around a sensitive topic in the evening discussion that's closed-doored, doesn't smack to me of being transparent. A topic that some of you demonstrated in your mailings for school board. When we are struggling with shared revenue and keeping teachers, satisfying our students, this is the topic of conversation you put on your mailings? This isn't representative of me, and it wasn't that big of a landslide that it's representative of everyone.
20 seconds.
It is an example of representative government that is good. But ask yourselves, don't pay lip service only to the idea of open, transparent government. Be prepared to be honest and accept the role that the community has granted you and the community's common good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dawn Albrecht.
I know they've been talking about the situation with a few young boys in the district. My question for you is, why does the comfort and the ability of those boys to use any bathroom outweigh the security and the comfort of every single female student in this district? If your parents and grandparents and grandchildren come to a school event, all female come to a school event and are in the bathroom when a young male genitalia walk into that bathroom, how would you feel about that? The rights of the few do not negate the rights of the many. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen Fritz.
My name is Jen Fritz, and I'm a concerned parent in the district. I stand tonight in solidarity with the other concerned parents, especially those of young girls. Our daughters' rights need to be vehemently protected from this pervasive and false ideology that children can pick their gender and at will incorporate into the world of that chosen gender. I do not want biological males sharing restrooms, locker rooms, or other private spaces with my daughters. Female is not a feeling, and this one boy's comfort does not trump the comfort and safety of all the young girls in his realm. This young boy will not always be young, intermingling in the private spaces of pubescent girls, girls that struggle to be comfortable around other girls who are experiencing the same changes as them. Just imagine the discomfort and vulnerability that those girls already feel, and now amplify that tenfold with a boy present. Not to mention physical safety issues as he matures. I'm sure the parents of the girls in Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, or Loudoun County, Virginia, whose daughters experienced trauma and abuse at the hands of disillusioned males in girls' private spaces, would be the first to warn that tolerating this agenda is downright dangerous. It's not progressive and open-minded, it's regressive and ignorant, moving us backwards in the world of women's rights. No adult, but especially women or parents of girls, should be standing here supporting males invading female spaces. What message do we send to our daughters when we offer them up on the altar of this twisted and backwards agenda? That they are not worth protecting. That's a hard pass for me. Also noteworthy is the issue of this being hidden from parents for 3 school years. This is a gross and extremely concerning precedent in the district. Perhaps it's time for the Mukwonago School District to pass a parents' resolution that will openly and publicly declare that this board will have no part in concealing pertinent and clearly concerning information from parents. It seems some people are confused as to whose kids they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Metzger.
Hey, I'm Matt Metzger. I'm a parent of a student at Prairie View. I also work at Prairie View as a teacher.
Matt, can you talk to the microphone, please?
Yep, I've worked at a number of schools before Prairie View, and before working there, I spent 7 years in the Army as a sniper. I only mention that because I've heard a lot of fear and discomfort regarding the rights of all the students, right? I would warn against letting fear and discomfort inform how we respond to this situation, because it's the reason that missions fail. And instead, I would encourage us to rely on facts. I brought several here from peer-reviewed articles as well as scholarly articles. This peer-reviewed case entitled Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws in Public Accommodations, it states that from a scientific and evidence-based perspective, there is no current evidence that granting transgender individuals access to gender-corresponding restrooms results in an increase in sexual offenses. It also states overall 58% of transgender or non-binary youth in the sample reported being prevented or discouraged from using a bathroom that corresponds to their gender identity. And among those who experienced the discrimination, 85% reported depressive mood, 60% seriously considered suicide, and furthermore, 1 in 3 who experienced bathroom discrimination in the past year reported a suicide attempt. These findings suggest that transgender or non-binary youths that prevent them from accessing appropriate bathrooms is harmful to their mental health and indicators.
20 seconds.
They're a large portion of our student population as well. Students who experience discrimination report lower GPAs, higher likelihood of skipping or dropping out of school, higher rates of school discipline, and lower educational aspirations. And up there it says all students should be college and or career ready. Thanks.
Thank you.
Robert Kolb.
Thank you. I have a little story for you. So when I was a little kid, my brother and I were extremely scared of my father. If he thought we were lying, which most of the time we were not, we would get 60 swats on our butt with a rubber hose. Needless to say, we were scared to death of him. Move forward to, I was probably 6 or 7 years old. I would never ask my parents for a ride to school. This day I decided to walk to school, got lost. I had to knock on somebody's door to ask for a ride. The first thing I said to him was, "Don't tell my dad." And they asked me why. Because he's going to beat me. So, next thing I know, social services is knocking on the door, taking pictures, knocking on the door of my dad. My brother and I got taken out for a couple weeks. Now, the reason why I say this is I was also molested by a non-family member, and there was no way I would have ever told my parents. What I want to urge you is the social services needs to get involved in this situation, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Brush.
I apologize. I didn't take the time to prepare a speech because I kind of wanted to hear what all went on in the meeting, so I didn't realize it was going to be this way. The only thing I want to do is say I think it's very simple. It's a simple thing. I want to kind of break it down.
Bill, talk into the microphone, please.
I am not a hater. I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm a boy. I know I'm a boy. I think everyone in this room knows if they're a boy or a girl. It's that simple. Do the right thing. I don't want some boy in my granddaughter's bathroom. That's it. Simple.
Thank you.
Nope, that's it.
All right, that's it for citizens' comments. I do want to introduce Joe Cook here. Sean isn't here today because his son is winding down his track season in senior year. So he's out enjoying that. And Joe, we're in a transition of getting Joe in here. He's going to start in July. So it's going to be an easy transition for Joe when he comes in, the more meetings he can show up to. So thank you for coming. All right, moving on to presentations. First up, we have the robotics team.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dustin Lehman, College Career Readiness Coordinator for the school district. It is my pleasure to introduce Brian Charles, who is our lead mentor for our nationally ranked first robotics team. And so you can all see a little bit about what they do. These people put in so much work and so many hours throughout the season. It's pretty crazy. So it's great to be able to celebrate them and learn a little bit about what they do. So without further ado, Brian Charles.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to pick this up just so we can be a little bit mobile here. So as Dustin said, my name is Brian Charles Jr. I'm actually a Mukwonago High School alumni, class of 2013. Went to elementary school over at Rolling Hills. My parents still live in Mukwonago, so I've been in the area for a long, long time. And I was a member of First Robotics Team 930 when I was in high school. I've now finished my 10th year as coach of the robotics team. So I'm going to let the students introduce themselves. They're going to tell you a little bit about the program, our season, the successes that we had, as well as a little bit about their impact, or the impact that the program has had on them. So we'll go through that, and then we'll wrap things out with a demo, as well as any questions from the board members.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amanda Esmeyer. I'm a freshman at MHS. This was my first year on the team, and I was a part of the strategy sub-team.
Hello, my name is Harrison Prochnow. I'm a sophomore at MHS. This was my second year on the T930 Mukwonago Bears. Oh, and I'm on the programming sub-team.
Hello, my name is Abby Esmeyer. I am a senior. This was my 4th year on the team, and I am the program manager.
I am Matthew Champa. I'm a junior. This is my 2nd year on the robotics team, and I'm part of the design team.
And I am Ryder Ben Dixon. I am a senior on the team. I have been on the team for 4 years, and I am the electromechanical lead on the team. So I'm going to kind of introduce, what we're a part of. So our group is part of FIRST, which is the organization that kind of runs both this, and then there are 2 other kind of smaller clubs that are also run. First Lego League Challenge, that's kind of for the elementary school to middle school kind of range of students, and they have Lego robots that they build and compete just like how we do. And then there's the FTC, First Tech Challenge, which is kind of the middle to high school range students that build robots that aren't necessarily the same scale as ours, but not Lego robots. And then there's us, which is First Robotics Competition. And we build robots like that over there. Yeah.
I'm going to explain a little bit about this year's FRC game. So as you can go over there, we have our robot. The goal is to eventually grab cones and cubes from loading stations and bring them back to nodes that you score on in the community, as you see over there, that score points and win a match. At the end of a match, the last 30 seconds, you climb on a charge station, which is essentially a balance beam that if you are there at the end of the match, you gain points.
So this year, we actually got to collaborate with the Mukwonago School District in renting a building in the industrial park. This was a huge factor in our success this season. Obviously, you can see several trophies in front of us and several blue banners over there. This building in the industrial park allowed us the space for a full field, which gave us the opportunity for hours and hours of drive practice before we step foot on an actual competition field. We just want to express our appreciation for the school board and the school district for renting out this building with us. And then our success this season. So our first regional was down in Chicago, the Midwest Regional, where we won the Quality Award for a robust designed robot, as well as we won the event with the 2nd ranked team. We then competed in Milwaukee at the Wisconsin Regional, where we came in ranked #1 after the qualification rounds, and won the Gracious Professionalism Award for helping other teams and also being competitive. And then we traveled out to Pittsburgh for the Greater Pittsburgh Regional, where we took first. We ranked #1, and we won a very prestigious community outreach award called the Engineering Inspiration Award. All of these opportunities allowed us to travel down to Houston for the World Championship, where we took 3rd place in our division, and we were incredibly successful and incredibly competitive on the world stage. At the end of the season, we were ranked 1st in Wisconsin and 10th in the world out of over 3,000 teams.
As Ryder touched on earlier, FLL, or First Lego League, is a competition where children from kindergarten through 8th grade can compete with Lego robot kits to gain their first experience into FIRST in robotics. Team 930 has mentored 8 of these teams in this past season, and over the past few years, we have started 7 of these teams and supplied them. We have also hosted the longest running FLL regional in Wisconsin with over 20 years under its belt now. Along with this, we have also hosted a summer camp last year where we had 81 attendees. And this August, we hope to have even more attendees as we're improving and expanding it.
All right, so I'm going to get into some of our outreach that we did as a team. So this past summer, we hosted an off-season competition, which is kind of categorized as a competition that teams around the world can host, not during the normal competition season, but kind of as to keep the competition going and to kind of educate younger students to get them more experience on the team. So we hosted an off-season competition called the Mukwonago Robotics Off-Season Competition, or MROC for short, where we hosted about 20 teams in this gym right here. And then we also held a donation drive where teams could bring in school supplies and backpacks that we distributed throughout communities, as well as we held educational workshops to kind of distribute to the community. We are holding the same thing this summer, July 28th and 29th, MROC 2023. Sign-ups are already open, and we have 14 robots signed up this year. We're planning on doing another donation drive to hold with school supplies and backpacks, and also host more educational workshops to kind of continue our outreach around our community. So FIRST has kind of impacted everyone here on this team, and I kind of just want to get into how it's really changed all of us. So I was a rookie on the team this year, and this year FIRST kind of showed me new knowledge and experiences on the team. So on the strategy sub-team, I was kind of able to learn different programming concepts, if you're familiar with SQL and Excel. And I was able to kind of grow my knowledge in that, as well as how to analyze different data and to make databases, to kind of take in a lot of like competitive data and being able to analyze it. I was also a part of this thing called the FIRST Impact Presentation Team, where I got to show a presentation to panels of judges at 3 regional competitions. So it expanded my public speaking and my leadership skills, which I couldn't really get those skills anywhere else but this team.
As this was my second year in the team, it expounded on my experiences from the first, and it taught me more soft skills like teamwork, speech and communication. It also taught me a lot of technical skills. We use Java to program our robot, and it's taught me a lot about that I can use further. It also encouraged me to sign up for the IT Academy programming strand that we host here at MHS, as well as pursue a career in software engineering when I graduate from MHS.
As a junior on the team, the last 2 years have inspired me to pursue a career in STEM and mechanical engineering after high school. On Team 930, I get the opportunity to use industry standard tools to gain experience and prep myself for an after high school career. We use tools like Onshape and Creo to design our entire robot on the computer before we complete it in real life. This has introduced me to the entire design process and has allowed me to see what I would be doing in a career after high school. in a real job.
So I have spent the last 4 years on this team. I started off as a programming student where I was able to get 2 years of real experience using Java programming, which helped shape my future career path and college ideas toward the Milwaukee School of Engineering, which is where I will be attending next year. As the program manager / team captain, I've been able to learn leadership and communication skills that I never thought was possible while I was still in high school. I've been offered internships, and I have truly fallen in love with the first program, and I am coming back next year to help mentor this team just because they've given me so many opportunities and I've made so many friends.
Yeah, and then, like I said, I'm a senior. I made my college decision based on both the degree that I am pursuing, which is mechanical engineering, which going into high school, did not plan on going into mechanical engineering. I think I wanted to go into teaching, and there was some math stuff, but other than that, completely changed the direction of kind of what I wanted to do in my life. And then there's also a robotics team up by my college. I'm going to UW Stout, so I plan to mentor there, and then, yeah.
All right, so these guys are going to head over to get the demo ready, and I'll just kind of end off, and then we can do the demo, do any questions. As I mentioned at the start, I'm an alumni of Mukwonago High School, alumni of this team, and 10 plus years later, I'm still here. Greg Bilodeau, the other lead coach of the team, same thing. Mukwonago High School, Team 930 member, and he and I have led this team together for many years now. And I think that goes a lot to show what the team does, what the first program does, the kind of impact that it has on students, and that it has on the community. Abby mentioned it before, the Engineering Inspiration Award that we won this year really is one of the most prestigious awards that you can win. Because it's not just about how great of a robot you can build and how skilled your drivers are. We have the great fortune of having both of those, a really great robot, awesome drive team, but it really goes to show all the things off the field as well. The first LEGO League, getting involved with the next generation of the leaders, right? The elementary school, middle school students that are coming through our programs. That's where these wonderful, talented students came from. And all the outreach in MROC that we host, the workshops, the donation drives, all of those things. Team 930 really is known not just in Wisconsin for being a leader amongst the other Wisconsin teams and schools, but worldwide, on a global scale. Team 930 and Mukwonago, right? Mukwonago is in our team name, which is pretty cool. So people know about Mukwonago. When we do really well and they do all the kind of like ESPN sports recap shows, it's always fun when we get on there and they have to pronounce Mukwonago. That's our motivation to do really well at competition. It's just so that they have to talk about us because we're so good. All right, so I think with that, students are going to show a bit of a demo of our robot here, and then certainly any questions that you guys have, we can facilitate with some of the students. So go ahead and give it a go. So I'll kind of narrate a little bit. As we mentioned, this year's game was picking up cones and cubes. So our robot here, starting from the top, we've got that orange belt manipulator. Where we can grab the game pieces into it. It's on a wrist that can rotate, as well as on an arm that can go down to the floor, pick up those game pieces, and that whole thing is on a big elevator that goes up and down in order to reach the scoring nodes, like that one. Game pieces could be picked up off the ground or from human players around the field. You'll notice also the robot is able to move in any direction. So we use what's called a swerve drive. So there's 4 wheels on the bottom of that robot. Each one can move independently of each other. Allows us to basically turn and move in any direction that we want. You can see we're picking up game pieces off the front of the robot, off the back of the robot, and able to very quickly move up and score those. Using the ground intake there that we added on. One of the big things we stress with the students is iteration, right? Fail fast. We went through many iterations of this robot, tried many gripper designs that they didn't work, and that was okay because we learned from it. We took what worked well, we carried that on, and the things that we didn't that didn't work so well, we figured out ways to improve and make better. Just like any of the sports teams, our team practices, as you heard them say. We run drills with them, right? We go back and forth, lining up to grab game pieces, lining up to score them. Our matches are 2.5 minutes, and so you run that 2.5 minute drill day in and day out. These students put in tons of hours because you can have the best robot in the world, but if you don't have a good drive team behind it to support, you're not going to have the success that we did bringing home those blue banners. All right, so well, they can keep over there a little bit, but want to open it up if any of the board members have questions. And I won't answer them. I'll make the students talk because they're way more interesting than I am.
I was curious about how the new building was working out. You said it's helped you practice. What else has that allowed you guys to do? Because before you would build in, it was like the cafeteria area.
Yeah, so before, whenever we wanted to practice on any sort of resemblance of a real field, we would have to spend almost an hour taking away chairs, taking away tables, rolling out a carpet, and then actually setting up our own game pieces. Having a permanent field at the building has allowed us to practice whenever we need to. We have a permanent field set up all the time. We keep our robot there 100% of the time. At the end of our meetings, we can set up for 5-10 minutes of drive practice just to get it in instead of having to dedicate 2 hours to setting up and tearing down every day. It has also given us space for machines, for workspaces, for our business team and our programming team. It's given us storage spaces instead of having to use closets at the high school. We can actually use shelving and properly display our robots that have won us awards over the years. It's been so incredibly helpful.
Awesome.
My question is, to each of you, what is the highlight of your year?
The highlight of my year was winning that Engineering Inspiration Award. That is an award that we've been working towards for years. We have been hosting Lego camps and mentoring FLL teams. We've been hosting our own competition. We've done work with the Society of Women Engineers, all working towards that outreach award, and that was a really, really special moment for me.
I'd say from what was winning the Midwest Regional. It was our first regional win in over a decade, and it was really cool to be part of that team that was able to do that.
Yeah, for me, I think it's a tie between both that Midwest Regional and the Greater Pittsburgh Regional that we won. It just felt good to perform so high in a space that isn't just Wisconsin and Midwest area, and to go to a new place and for teams to know us because of how good we're doing. It was just it was a cool moment for us.
I would say definitely winning both regionals this year. It was super cool to see that over all the long weeks and all the long nights of the build season, have all of our work finally pay off. It's such a beautiful moment after 19 years of not winning the regional and then winning another one 4 weeks later.
For me, it had to just be the Midwest Regional, winning that in the last match. As Amanda said, we haven't won a regional in 19 years prior to that. So winning it, even after our very close defeat at Seven Rivers Regional last year, that was a great experience.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in and steal as well. My favorite moment was Dustin came out to the Wisconsin Regional to support the team, and it was great to have that support from the school, from the district. He was telling us, showing us pictures of Mr. Darren and the front office staff had our matches up on the TVs there. And just again, I've been involved with the team for so long. It's great to see that support and that recognition from the team, just like you'd put up the state football game or lacrosse game, right? Seeing robotics celebrated in that way by the school, the district it's very special for me and obviously for everyone that's worked so hard for this.
Thank you for your work and for
Nice
coming
job.
back.
Now the bar has been raised, though, right? Now you got to keep going.
I know, right? Now we've won 2 regionals in a season after none for 19 years. It's very high.
Yeah, my question is actually, what are your goals for next year?
I would say our goals for next year is to continue being one of the best teams in Wisconsin through like raising up our younger students this summer and getting them to the level that they can compete even with our seniors leaving this year?
Sure. I would also say that some of our goals is to keep that bar raised in areas that aren't just, this team is more than robots. So this off season, we're going to be spending a lot of time with outreach and different levels of activities that to build off of last year. And I think that Engineering Inspiration Award definitely shows all of our hard work, and I'm really excited to continue that this year.
So obviously I'm not returning to the team next year as I will be far away, but my goal is to start installing some of those like key processes that this team does, mainly the outreach part of it. I think that's such a great thing that we're just impacting more people than just ourselves. And I look to install that in my future team.
Say our goal will be to continue building upon what we already have done. We should not just stop at 2 regionals or a 3rd place at the World Championship. We are looking towards more than 2, continuing on, and possibly even going farther in the World Championships.
I'd say a goal for the team is recruitment. All of the experiences that we have here in Team 930 are so beneficial towards college and future careers, and we just want to bring that to as many students in Mukwonago as we possibly can and get more high schoolers involved, get 8th graders involved, and really bring the spirit of FIRST to as many people as we possibly can.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Eric, you got a question? All right, next up we have Nick Redinger, State Representative Nick Redinger, Mukwonago's very own resident. Good luck topping that.
That's a tough act to follow, and as it should be. Honestly, it's pretty exciting to have them here tonight. I know even when I was brought in by the superintendent, as well as Dustin, to tour all of the facilities you have here, dealing with technical education or any career readiness. I know we briefly watched the live stream because it was the same time that they were competing at the World Championships. So I've really enjoyed watching them move all their way up. So I mean, the success they had to be #1 in the state, that's pretty exciting. Something we should definitely be proud of. All right, well, I think I know most of you or have met you previously when you came to my office about a month and a half ago. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nick Redinger. I'm a resident here in Mukwonago. I'm the state representative, took over for Cody Horlocker, and I know just to kind of keep things moving tonight, you wanted to have me in to just kind of do largely, I think, just kind of a budget update where things stand, and then happy to answer any questions you might have just generally. So right now, the education portion of the state budget is obviously one of the larger portions, so we'll be taken up towards the end of the budget. So I would suspect sometime probably mid-June. As of right now, from at least in the Assembly, our caucus discussions, we've kept it fairly generic, but I know there's been a lot of attention on the shared revenue proposal, which didn't involve the kind of resetting the formula for the revenue caps that have really, well, I'll say just about every school district in the 83rd Assembly District has suffered under. So just as a prefix, I'll say that I, as well as Representative Scott Allen, are going to be submitting budget motions that are going to increase the revenue caps by $300 in each year, so $600 total per pupil. So while not going to fix the problem in totality, if accepted, mind you, it is on par with what had been going on in the past when they were raising those limits, and so we certainly think it's a very reasonable proposal. Obviously, in total dollar amount, it's fairly significant, so we'll have to see what luck we have with the Joint Finance Committee, but both of us, I mean, he's also got the city of Waukesha and the Waukesha School District, which is in a similar position. And we've got Mukwonago, Muskego, East Troy, have certainly been locked in at a level that just is no longer sustainable. And I know you all lobby me pretty hard in my office, as well as when I just run into you on the street. So this is definitely a priority for me. I mean, you all have done extremely well with what you have. It's certainly not an issue of not being fiscally responsible. At this point, you've just reached the limits, especially with the inflationary caps we have, just the cost to continue things like gas, even for the school bus contracts. Everything's going up right now. I'm even hearing it from municipalities. So, you know, I think it's definitely time to re-examine this, and I'm hoping to have some success with that, along with Representative Scott Allen. So with that, I'm happy to just jump into questions you all might have, and we can take it from there.
I guess the question is, how's it looking like trying to raise like the bottom funded schools to kind of match the top funded schools, kind of balance it out a little more?
Well, I know that there are a couple of representatives who've brought it up in our caucus. Unfortunately, just because, like I had mentioned, the time frame for the education part of the budget is farther out, that we've been prioritizing other discussions as, you know, they've been coming up sooner. So there hasn't been a whole lot of interest, I think, from leadership to tackle that, just because there was the huge shared revenue push. But again, we're going to be introducing this motion to hopefully, you know, bring an infusion of, what was it, the 600, the 300 in the first year and 300 in the second year per pupil, which, again, it's not going to match perfectly, but I think will definitely give a huge infusion till hopefully we continue to push to alter that equation that's been frozen in place, just because that just can't continue. It's just unsustainable. Hopefully this is something that will find support with other representatives as well, and that's helpful in trying to get it locked into the budget then.
Thank you for coming here tonight. We appreciate you coming out here, Nick, so thank you for that. When do you think that the final budget, and I'm probably asking a question you might not be able to answer, but if you could just guess, when do you think the budget might be finalized?
Well, the goal they always set is end of June to have it passed into the governor's desk, so that can be signed in before July 1. Obviously, you know, as we've seen in previous years over the last, well, budget years, I should say, over the last decade, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes, I mean, I think if it runs into July a little bit, it's not the biggest deal. Every so often, actually, I think it was back when I was still in high school, there was a year it went all the way into October. I don't foresee something like that happening. I think it's in everyone's best interest, especially for, you know, in the case of local municipalities and school districts that, you know, need to know what the fiscal landscape is so you can do your planning for the next budget year. Generally, there's pressure not only on us as legislators, but then even the governor's office to make sure something's kind of in place at a very reasonable time. Otherwise, the one unique thing about Wisconsin, which I think is was a brilliant idea, is unlike the federal government, we don't default, we don't shut down, we just continue to operate on the previously passed budget. So you certainly would have some sense of where things would be at. You could at least operate off of that. But I feel fairly confident that we'll have something put together and before the governor be approved at that end of June. So by July 1 at the next fiscal year, you guys are good to go.
Okay. What do you have? Can you lend any insight into what the increase into K-12 education will be in a dollar amount?
We don't have anything specific yet, but you know, realistically, that is definitely going to be one of the bargaining chips in the negotiating pieces between the legislature and the governor. That's something, you know, he'd like to see an increase in. So I don't know what the dollar amount would be, but I'm hoping to have, or even us as a caucus, a better idea what that would be probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks. As something like that becomes clear, I'd be happy to get that to you. And again, that's still until the final thing is done, a ballpark, because anything could be negotiated. But at this point, I'm just not clear what that will look like, as you know, all the horse trading goes on between the Senate, the Assembly, and then the governor's office.
For the $300 increase, that takes that that you're proposing or thinking of, you and Representative Allen, for 300 in year 1, 300 in year 2. Do you have any insight or feelings on putting that onto the per pupil revenue limit or to per pupil categorical aids?
It'd be the revenue limit.
Okay.
Yeah. Or at least how we're proposing it. And again, that could get adjusted by the finance committee, but that's at least what we have in writing.
Is there any other insight, like maybe you could lend towards reimbursement of special education categorical aids? Has that been a discussion point?
Beyond generic, just kind of asking like the temperature of the caucus about, all 3 buckets, or is there a preference? Nothing specifically really came out of it other than there seemed to be an interest probably in more on the categorical side, but there could be a move to put into one of those other buckets yet. I am hoping that we'll have another education caucus discussion where we can get more specifics. And one problem, there's, the 64 people that go around, so usually everyone gets their one opinion off as we're all going around the room, so we haven't really gotten into the weeds yet. But I think that was kind of where generally people were leaning. But again, depending on what the Senate wants to do, that could go in a different direction.
I think one thing that Mr. Porter said earlier was doing something for school districts that are a low revenue school district such as ours. So for those of you who are here with us tonight, we are proud to say that we are a low revenue school district, and given the achievements as you just saw from our robotics team, we do a lot as one of the lowest funded school districts in the state of Wisconsin on a per pupil basis, and one of the lowest in Waukesha County, and it's been that way for 30 years. If there's anything you could do to increase the low revenue ceiling, which is the least, it's those of us who are in last place. If every school district gets $300, an increase per pupil, of course we would be grateful for that. But it doesn't help us close our funding gaps. In your office, and I drew a comparison to New Berlin Public Schools and Franklin Public Schools, great school districts. They do awesome things. They have 300 less students and more than $3.5 million to operate their budget each and every year. So as we look to hire the same calculus teachers or the same second grade teachers, the labor market is, it is what it is. We all know where that's at. But we need to close those gaps a little bit more. And I know that's not going to be done in one biennial budget, but if we could take a step in that direction and do something for those districts that are at the bottom, that would be greatly appreciated.
Any other questions?
I agree
Comments?
with Tom.
Understood.
All right, thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I know we had to reschedule this a few different times, so appreciate you having me in.
All right, next up, we have our student rep report. And this is the last meeting for Diego and Madeline.
This meeting is looking to be quite long, so we're going to try and get this done succinctly, I guess. All right, so we're going to start with Section Elementary. On Wednesday, May 17th, they had High Interest Day. All students had the opportunity to participate in 4 seminars of interest. Some of them included Taekwondo, becoming a pilot, landscaping, sewing, facts about the FBI, and dance. And they would like to thank the 60 and more than 60 community presenters and volunteers that showed up.
On May 11th, Eagleville hosted its annual talent show at the PAC. Students performed 27 amazing acts with a huge range, everything from musical acts to pogo sticks and yo-yos. They also had a school-wide art project on display that their art teacher created with all of the students. This trimester, students are all studying all different aspects of space and the solar system. So they're working on STEM challenges throughout the whole school to create a spacecraft to safely land on planet Oobleck. Eagleville is also excited to unveil its brand new Little Library. When they had author Miranda Paul visit Eagleville earlier this school year, many of the students read a book she wrote called Little Libraries, Big Heroes. So students were so inspired that, and one family helped realize this amazing vision. So students have really enjoyed reading books from the library at recess.
At Big Bend, fourth graders are learning about Wisconsin's economy, especially agriculture. They use their creativity and perseverance to construct little art projects that include 6 Wisconsin products.
So Clarendon has a lot going on. So on May 12th, 8 sixth grade students from Clarendon, along with many others from Parkview section, Big Bend, and Rolling Hills, went to MSOE with their Rube Goldberg type contraptions that they had spent 2 months creating with Mrs. Dahl. Both groups did extremely well, and the carnival crew from Clarendon won 4th place out of 44 teams. Clarendon is also proud to announce the recipients of this year's Coin for College scholarships, which are Gavin Adams, Diego Jaramillo, Allison German, Cooper Johnson, and Cooper Johnson. So in the past 8 years, the school has given $11,000 in scholarships to former Clarendon students, thanks to the generosity of their students and families.
Then the class of 2023, which is myself, we had the senior tea, and that was a lot of fun. 3 students from Clarendon, Zoe, Brooke, and Evelyn, were awarded the Kiwanis 6th grade Students of the Year. Clarendon received the Most Creative Video Trophy on May 19th from Do Good, Wisconsin. It was a way to celebrate their student council and the community, and they would like to thank all the families who ended up donating over 800 boxes of cereal. Ms. Christensen's 4th graders made May Day baskets for seniors at Fairhaven's Senior Services in Whitewater. 2nd grade students at Clarendon became real publishers through Student Treasures Publishing. The students researched various African animals as part of their Super Kids informational writing unit. They went through the whole writing process from planning to publishing to illustrating. And each student received a copy of their published books along with a special author certificate at Clarendon's Publishing Red Carpet celebration.
Prairie View would like to thank the Mukwonago Community Library for its continued support and advocacy for the Mukwonago Area School District, particularly Prairie View. The Mukwonago Community Library has helped fulfill over 26 book requests this year alone. These fulfillments have supported student-led research projects, supplemented their units of study reading materials, and supported their readers in finding books for independent, genre-specific reading. Prairie View Elementary also recently hosted their senior tea event, welcoming back the graduating seniors to their cherished home elementary school. One of the highlights of the event was when the seniors gathered on the playground, capturing a special photograph that symbolized their journey from elementary school to graduation.
For the 2nd month in a row, we've had to separate out community education because they just have a lot going on. May was an active month, clearly. The Mukwonago Area School District music teacher and new community education instructor Riley Robertson kicked off by offering music for Baby and Me at Prairie View. Terry Buchman, a community member and another new instructor, rolled out Dusty Boot Dancers at MHS with 11 community members. The 3-session class has turned out to be a great social opportunity for all those enrolled. Popular community education instructor and art teacher John Grunman hosted another glass fusing session at Section, and that same art teacher will be offering a new class this summer called Fun with Clay on Tuesdays. What? I'll get this. July 11th and 12th. Okay. All classes are posted on the Mukwonago Community Education website if you want to learn more.
Parkview spring sports are wrapping up. Track had 160 participants and a 10-meet schedule, and they hosted 20 other middle schoolers on May 10th and 11th for their 42nd and 43rd annual Cottrell's Girls and Boys Relays, respectively. So thank you to Jeremiah Chitwood, Jim Essman, Josh Korth, Justin Last, Sheila Meineke, and Bill Plant for coaching. Tennis had 60 participants, and each of the 2 teams participated in a 6-match schedule. So thank you to Melissa Barton and Jenny Kiminoff for coaching. Last month, upon learning how overpopulation and climate change are causing reduction of wildlife habits across the whole planet, students donated fake money to help the endangered animals in Alaska. Together, they raised $375 in fake race money, and we're excited to announce that the Mukwonago Rotary has turned that fake money into real money. And on behalf of all 8th graders at Parkview Middle School, they've donated $375 to an organization called Rewild. The PVMS Art Extravaganza is right around the corner, so we hope that everyone's able to join them on Wednesday, May 25th. from 5 to 7 p.m. And then Parkview is thrilled to be able to share that they have been recognized as a 2022-2023 Project Lead the Way distinguished school for the 6th consecutive year. PVMS is just one of just 212 middle schools across the U.S. and only one of just 15 middle schools in Wisconsin to receive this honor for providing broad access to transformative learning opportunities for students through the Project Lead the Way Gateway.
And last but not least, we have Rolling Hills. Rolling Hills welcomed nearly 60 graduating seniors back to celebrate during the senior send-off on May 10th. They are very happy and proud of all their graduates, and everyone seems to be having fun. They would like to thank Sean McNulty, Stephanie Blue, Ben Casau, Erica Connor, and Sherry Winchowski for sharing their time with them and coming to be their guest readers during the One Book, One School activities that week. Students and staff appreciate all that you guys do, and I would like to appreciate you guys as well. And that is the board report.
Great. Diego and Madeline, we have some gift cards here for you, or some cards for you on behalf of the directors and the school board. Thank you very much. I think one of the most impressive things, besides your resumes, they're outstanding, is I really enjoyed watching the two of you and listening to you guys participate in our meetings. You're never afraid to interject and give us your thoughts and feelings. And I just want to say, never lose your voice. Thank you. Next up, we have Dustin. He's going to go over the updates on our college and career readiness coordinator for our plan updates.
All right, hello again. So I've been doing about 2 updates a year for the last 3 years about our strategic plan of having our students be college and or career ready when they leave Mukwonago High School. I will try to be brief as our robotics team basically showed some of the things that we are trying to do. And I think how impressive they were is a good example of the things that we were trying to do here at Mukwonago High School. So our previous goal statement was we will equip all students with the opportunities and skills necessary to determine and pursue their desired post-graduation plans. Like I always say to someone for the first time talking to them about this is when a student goes to their graduation party when they leave Mukwonago, and if their aunt comes up to them and asks them what they want to do next year, our goal is for them not to say that I'm going to go to UW-Milwaukee, and then they ask, well, what are you going to go there for? They're like, well, I'm not quite sure yet, but that's what I'm going to do. We just can't afford to do that anymore. We want to make sure that whatever they do after they leave Mukwonago is intentional. So we have many processes in place to try to expose students to as many experiences as possible so they can make an educated decision before they leave here. So some of the things I'm going to talk about here, every year we assess and refine our 6 through 12 ACP process, which we have coined our Muck Ready process. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we expand our community partnerships for our work-based learning and our capstone experiences for all students. Review our articulated learning pathways and expand our academy options. How we are trying to increase parent education and community education about our pathways and options for K through 12. How we are building our industry-recognized certification opportunities for students. And then briefly just go over a little bit of data and some of the positives and then some of the challenges that has brought us. So every year we try to refine our ACP process. So that is the state mandated process of trying to make sure our students are college and or career ready. Every year we look at the lessons that we are teaching our students through our advisory lessons monthly. We have our different events that we host, whether that be our Muck Ready Day, where we host them 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade, where we have over like 50 to 60 different careers that come in and speak to try to educate and expose our students to all of those different careers. And then our graduation requirement of our Muck Ready Capstone project, where the students have an opportunity to in their advisory group talk about what their plan is when they leave Mukwonago, what they have done to prepare themselves for that plan, and then how they're going to pursue that, how are they going to financially support that, and things like that. So that is how they can answer that Ant's question about what are you going to do next year. Their Muck Ready capstone project is really that, highlighting their whole experience in Mukwonago. The next thing is expanding our community partnerships for our work and capstone experiences. So as you know, we created our digital job board in partnership with Muskego that has grown exponentially. We are up to 13 different high schools now, so we have about 16,000 students that are seeing those jobs. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, we have over 350 jobs posted there now. So obviously there's work to do because there's so many vacancies. However, the word is getting out and we have many opportunities for our students if we look at it that way. We try to expand on our offsite opportunities as much as we can, whether we're working with our Waukesha County Business Alliance, with our Schools of Skills manufacturing tours, or our healthcare expos, or bringing in our transportation events here or manufacturing events here. We're trying to bring the outside into our school so that our kids can see what's available to them. And it's always easier when we bring them here. It's hard to get kids out into the community as much as possible. So when we can bring them here, we can expose as many students as possible to those opportunities. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we partner with both Waukesha County Technical College and Gateway Technical College. So there's a few options that our students have for taking classes outside of Mukwonago High School, whether that be the Dual Enrollment Academy, Start College Now. We have transcripted credit courses here at Mukwonago, and then there's also our early college credit program. So if you look up there, there's some data. You can see our numbers are growing in those areas. We do have struggles with our students getting to WCTC. I think other schools in Waukesha County will attest to this as well, that our students don't want to leave the high school, but when they do, Waukesha County Technical College isn't the easiest place to get to for some of these classes, so that's why some of our numbers are a little bit lower than some other schools you would see in Waukesha County. Another reason why some of our numbers are a little bit lower, let's say compared to, let's say, a New Berlin, we offer so many classes with our comprehensive programs here in Mukwonago that our students have the options to take them during the school day here, and they don't have to leave to go to WCTC for some of these programming. Where you'll see some of our numbers here grow is, let's say, welding, for example. If a student takes welding 1 and welding 2 as a sophomore, they'll take welding 3 throughout their entire junior year. Now, senior year, we don't have another welding option. WCTC is a great option for them to either go into the Dual Enrollment Academy or to take other welding classes through Start College Now, which is kind of like an a la carte, taking those classes that we don't offer at Mukwonago High School. And then with Gateway, we partnered with them the last couple of years to do our Certified Nursing Assistant program. That has grown drastically. This year, we're just under 40 students that are going to be getting CNA certified, which obviously is great for our industry. We have a couple of our students that I've been working with on a conference that we'll be hosting. One student, she is 16. She works Saturday PM shifts, and she's making $42 an hour at 16. So we have some pretty awesome opportunities out there for our kids. So every year we look, so some of our curriculums are on a cycle of how often they get looked at to be revised. With CTE, we revise it as needed because obviously our landscape is changing every year. So every year we take a look at our different pathways and we look at what we need to fix with working with our different advisory boards and things like that. This year, manufacturing is getting some updates. We are adding in more certifications. We are adding a capstone course for that. Our business and marketing classes, we are condensing them and creating more focused pathways in our business and marketing. And then we are bringing in capstone classes of our Pro Start, so that's our culinary. With biomedical innovation, that's a Project Lead the Way class for our healthcare pathway or our Academy of Medical Professions. And then, like I said, that advanced manufacturing is going to be called Advanced Innovation Lab. And through that class, our students will be earning multiple manufacturing certifications as well. Talking a little bit about our academies, our Academy of Medical Professions, we just celebrated our seniors last week, Friday. Such an impressive group of students. There were 32 students there. They're going to be representing Mukwonago in 8 different states for their college careers. We had multiple valedictorians, multiple class officers in that group. It's a very impressive group that they, for our AMP Academy. And I think 14 of them were youth apprentices, and 5 more were youth apprentices for 2 years, which means they're putting in over 900 hours of work besides just going to school. And then with our new academy that'll be starting in the fall, Meta, our teaching and education academy, we are hosting a flex session next week to bring those students in. We've identified them through our intro to education program. And right before our first robotics team left, I made sure I talked to Ryder, and he said he was interested in teaching when he first came to the high school. As you can see, our pathways are exposing kids to lots of different things. He found out mechanical engineering is what he wants to go into. I did make sure to tell him that UW Stout is an excellent school for tech ed teachers. If he wants to become a tech ed teacher, we're always looking for tech ed teachers. He didn't look too interested at the time, but you never know. I'll keep that door open. Next one. One of the big things and one of the hardest things is trying to educate our community on all of the great things that we have going on here at Mukwonago. So a focus every year is trying to show what we have going on inside these brick walls to all of our community members. So we try to do that through social media, through our triad, through different shout points. One big thing that we took on this year for February, which is our National CTE or Career and Technical Education Month, was our big social media campaign where we had 5 different videos that we put out throughout the month of February. Abby Esmeyer, the captain of our first robotics team, was highlighted in one of those. Again, super impressive students. But those are the types of things that we're trying to do to really educate our community on what's the great things that we have going on here inside Mukwonago High School. Another thing that we are trying to do is we've been working on trying to create a central location for our community members to know our students and our industry leaders to be able to connect better. That's where our digital job board comes in place. One of my biggest challenges is when I'm working with different industry leaders, there's often turnover. People advance throughout the company, so I'm having the same conversations over and over, trying to connect industry with our school. Our digital job board has been helping bridge that gap. And then the last thing is to track our data a little bit better with our work-based learning experiences. And right now we're working on bringing in a new data warehouse system for work-based learning called EduReady 360. So that'll be one of my projects this summer. Jumping on board right away for next fall to get all of our youth apprentices and all of our work-based learning students put in there. All right, one of our goals for our district has been to have 50% of our graduates leave with an industry recognized certification. So last year we had 402 graduates. We had 165 different students graduate with 402 certifications. We had one young man leave with 10 ASC auto certifications. So we have some students that leave with a lot of certifications. We would like at least half of our students to leave at least one, and we are getting very close. We're about 41% of our graduates right now. We have some new certifications that we bring in, and we will continue to bring in those every year as they also bring in funding to continue to grow our programs. All right, so now just kind of an overview snapshot here to show CTE in general. Over the last 5-6 years, we have grown by over 250% with enrollments. So as you can see, we fill over 4,500 seats in a CTE class. So that's healthcare, that's business, that's culinary, that's all the tech ed, whether it's auto, manufacturing, construction, engineering, architecture, all of those seats, we're over 4,500 seats filled. With that comes some challenges. So lab space has been a little bit of a challenge for us when we have so much demand. For instance, we have an 8-period schedule. Right now we have our culinary lab is used 12 out of 8 periods. So that means they're overlapping and sharing the lab. Our auto service tech lab is used 8 out of 8 periods, meaning we have teachers on overloads there as well as construction lab, we're using 8 out of 8. Now, we're using those to capacity. However, we're still turning kids away. So if you look at our culinary pathway, we're turning over 200 students away per year in that culinary pathway. In our autos pathway, we're turning over 50 students away, which means that kind of translates to like 2 different classes. And then our building trades and construction pathway, we're turning away over 130 of our students. So while we have amazing growth and amazing opportunities, we're not fully able to provide those opportunities for all of our students at one time. Now, we have done some things to try to negate that, where we put some classes on a rotating schedule so that if a student can't get into this year, they'll be able to get into it next year. But again, still some challenges to the point where when you're going in a small already auto shop, 8 out of 8 periods a day, we are spilling into the hallways just to try to find storage for some of our small engines and things like that. So while we have many things to celebrate, we also have some of those challenges. But again, it's because of some of the positives that we've been able to do here in Mukwonago. So with that being said, does anyone have any questions? Awesome.
My question
Oh,
is,
Terry.
sorry, Dustin, is how do you, if you're turning away 223 kids a year, how are the choices made of which kids get in and which kids do not?
Yeah, so the way that we do that, seniors schedule, juniors, then sophomores, then freshmen. So when a student gets turned away, a lot of times those are our freshmen coming in because seniors get priority, then juniors and sophomores, with the thought process being that freshmen will have like 3 more years of an opportunity to get into that program. Now, when we try to get into our intro classes, we try to offer as many as possible because we want to expose those kids at the younger age so that they can then kind of explore where they want to go and then take the next class and then the next class to sort of get into a capstone experience. That's kind of the way our pathways work.
I guess that's what I'm asking, because some of these, like the IT Academy, if you don't do all the years, you can't finish. So how many kids are not being able to even get into where they want to be?
Yeah, so so that is one of the benefits of our students going into an academy model, is that they also get preferential placements. So if a student goes into the Academy of Medical Professions, they have first right into all of our healthcare classes over the other students. And then whatever openings there are, they're open to the rest of the student population as a senior through freshman level. So our academy options, that is a perk. They get preferential placement.
Thank you.
You bet.
Dustin, quick question here. So 41% of students graduating with a recognized certification, how has that trend looked? Trend-wise, how has that moved, or is it moving?
So the question was, with 41% of our students are leaving with an industry recognized credential, is that trend going, are we getting more students,
Yes.
Are we getting less students? So when we started that goal, we were somewhere in that like kind of 15 to 20% range. Then we jumped all the way up to 30-some% range. And then 2020, the spring of 2020, when we had to shut down, our students weren't able to take those exams because most of those exams are web-based. So they weren't able to take those virtually. So our numbers dipped a little bit for the 21 year, and then we're starting to climb back up. So we've been slowly going up. And I believe this year we can get to that 50% range. We added in a construction certification that was huge because our numbers are really large there that all of our students earn. So we have over 70 students in construction earning a new certification this year. So I do believe we'll get to 50% this year, but those numbers aren't all done because students are taking those exams as we speak.
Great, thank you.
My question ties into that. Is there a way to find out how that 41% compares to the rest of our just county, Waukesha County? I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head. I'm just curious if we can find
So what
it.
I can do is I can look up the numbers at the state level to see where they all fall within that CT incentive grant. They don't show a percentage of the student population, but I can look at what their high school population is, and then I can see how many certifications, and I can do the math myself. That is something that I'm very interested in because I believe there's not many schools that are getting close to that 50% yet. I'm sure there are some that are doing some really great things, but 50% is a pretty lofty goal for us, and we're really excited to get really close.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Next up is consent agenda. We are looking for approval of school board meeting minutes of April 24th, 2023, and also approval of voucher number 141283 to 141619 in the amount of $1,986,619.13 and receipts for April 2023 totaling $1,775,575.08. Any discussion? approval by consent. Moving on to student learning.
So a couple of the items we do have for action item, and they'll come up later, but the three we didn't was we did review with 3 new school board members the policies connected to our curriculum process. So we briefly reviewed those. I updated the committee that Section Elementary will be beginning a phase-out process of their IPLC. I do want to update the board that since that letter was sent out, Rachel Crockford has had one parent contact her to just say the program served her children well and was disappointed that it was going to close, but didn't have any other kids coming. That was the only phone call that Rachel's gotten or any communication since that communication went out. And then we went over the Human Growth and Development Committee's recommendations and feedback to the board to discuss and figure out how we want to move forward with those resources during June meetings.
Any questions for Stephanie? Okay, thank you. Moving on to personnel. Steve.
All right. During the committee of the whole, we had a discussion about the start time for board meetings and the committee of the whole. And so we settled on the 6 o'clock hour for our meetings going forward. In regards to policy 5310 health services, there were some community questions in regards to the periodic health examinations and the frequency of this requirement. And then also what it means when we refer to invasive physical examination. This would include operations such as tube feeding, medical injections, rectal medications, trachea suctioning, etc. And so those procedures would be done as a part of the student's individual health plan and with parent approval. And we also discussed elementary class sizes relative to Section Elementary and Prairie View. We're close to keeping 5 sections of 5K at Section Elementary, with the likelihood that we will reach the enrollment needed between now and September 1st. And Prairie View is a bit more of a different and difficult conversation in that it would require 5 additional 5K registrations to meet that threshold. So that's just an overview of the topics that we discussed at the Committee of the Whole.
Erica?
Do you know if there's been any change in those enrollment numbers since we discussed it last?
I would have to take a look.
Okay.
We could take a look at that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Moving on to finance and facilities.
All right, so everything we discussed, most of it's going to be an action item, but the one thing that's not, as we discussed our RFP process as we go through the evaluation of potential architects or construction managers for any potential project that this district might do next year as we can continue to get community feedback. So we just work through that process here, and I have issued that RFP. We're waiting for responses that will come in later this week for both the architectural role and construction manager role. We will internally whittle that list down to 2 and then bring those 2 finalists in. Vito is going to be a part of that conversation on June 6th, and then we'll make a recommendation to the board in June.
Questions or comments? Thanks, Tom. Moving on to action items, appointments, resignations, and retirements.
All right, for this board meeting, we have a number of appointments. We have Michelle Cottrell, Parkview Spanish teacher, Jamie Dobner, District Secondary Program Support Coordinator, Jennifer Tyson, District Elementary Program Support Coordinator. Jamie Dobner was secondary. Just want to make that clarification. Anthony Paul, MHS School Counselor, Jessica Spate, PVMS and Eagleville Physical Education Teacher, Steve Telkamp, High School Math Teacher and Interventionist, Alex Tankey, High School Social Studies Teacher, Thomas Morton, High School Special Education Teacher, Heather Borgen, 4th grade part-time fourth grade teacher at Big Bend, Andrea Cooper, part-time second grade at Rolling Hills, and Hope Bergerson, limited term combined social studies and English language arts middle school teacher. And resignations, we've got Austin Meyer, high school special education teacher.
What does a halftime elementary teacher look like? I'm just wondering, is she only there for half the year, half the day? Is it more of an aide in the classroom?
Which specific person?
I'm just wondering what the 0.5, the halftime elementary.
I see. Those are job shares. So they'll work 2 or 3 days a week, depending on, in the case of the 0.5, they'll have an alternating day, so it'll end up being a 0.5 contract. And then the 0.4, 2 days a week.
All right, so those kids have one teacher one day and a different teacher the other day?
That's correct.
And the limited term, is there a reason that we're just doing a limited term for the PVMS in ELA and social studies?
That was a one-term at the request of the building, and those unique combination positions are based a lot of times on enrollment and students. So we don't want to lock ourselves into a position when enrollments could look different in the future.
Understood. I will make a motion that we approve these appointment resignations and retirements.
We have a motion and second. Any more discussion or comments? All in favor of approval of appointments, resignations, and retirements, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Appointments, resignations, and retirements is approved. Moving on to the CISA 1 contract.
All right, for the board's consideration, we have the CISA 1 contract. This is a service that we use when we're looking for assistance with regards to staffing or professional development, but it allows us to get exactly what we're looking for in terms of just enough service, just enough professional development, so that it ends up being a reasonable cost. The total contract cost for next year will be just over $49,000. Approximately $35,000 is for a shared instructor for visually impaired students. That same individual will be helping out with orientation mobility to instruct the students as they move around in the home school and the community. And the other two costs, $2,000 each, are for a parent consortium and a membership that will be helpful to support personalized learning.
I'd like to make a motion to pass the CISA 1 contract.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. CISA 1 contract is approved. Moving on to school-sponsored publications policy.
So we've reviewed a couple of times in the Student Learning Committee the school-sponsored publications policy on number 5772, and I'd like to bring that forth for approval.
I make a motion to approve those policies.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, approval of the school-sponsored publications policy has gone through. Moving on to grades 7 through 12 counseling resource.
So during the last year, 2022-23 school year, we went through the pilot process of looking at a resource to help support our 7-12 counseling curriculum. We would like to bring forth tonight Character Strong as being that resource that was after looking at resources, deciding to pilot Character Strong, going through a pilot process, collecting feedback from staff, students, and doing a parent review, and then discussions that have happened at Student Learning Committee. That would be a total of $25,783.20 to bring in that resource.
I'd like to make a motion that this is tabled until after we decide what we're going to do with the time that is being spent, the flex time and the advisory time. I know that's going to be up for discussion next year, so I'd like to hold off on deciding what we're going to do for this, because ideally that time will be spent back in the classroom raising our test scores. So my motion is that we table this until after the discussion on advisory time.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second to table this for 1 month.
That discussion is in process now. I don't think any decision on advisory is going to be made for the 2023-2024 school year. That discussion will be had soon, but that decision won't go into effect until the 2024-2025 school year for what that advisory time is going to look like.
Okay, so you want to table it?
I would say table this until we have a decision on how much time is spent in advisory.
I don't believe that there's been discussion in removing our counseling program, regardless of where it happens. I'm not in favor of tabling it because I know we need to move forward. We need to buy licensing. We need to get the teachers prepared. The lessons need to be picked and prepared before September. So every month we wait, and we've been working on this for a number of months. So while we might look at the length or the time or the days of advisory versus flex, I think the discussion was actually more for flex versus advisory. I don't think we've had any discussion about removing our counseling program, so I would not support this. I would not support tabling it. I do support the approval.
I also, we have worked on this for several years. Our teachers have spent their time piloting it, and it's more of a curriculum. It's not of where it's put in. So in other words, it will be somewhere. So the time of flex or whatever, where it is irrelevant to what we're approving here.
Yeah, I think with our poor test scores that have come out, I have a hard time watching our kids spend time on lessons like this when I feel like it should be spent in more of the core lessons. And again, that's something that's going to be addressed, and taking that time and focusing on it. So I guess that's where I'm coming from.
I think we could approve this counseling curriculum so that's what we're talking about right now. And then if in the future, after those discussions on the time, because I agree with you that we are discussing that, it's been talked about a lot, that when that was decided, then some curriculum will not be used, whether it's this one or, so that at that time, but they need something to do for to continue for the next year until those decisions are made. So we have to give them direction as to what because if we don't approve this, tell me if I'm wrong, there will be the counseling classes, and they won't have the good curriculum. They'll have what we have now, which isn't necessarily the best for our students.
Why don't we have the good things for our students right now?
So just to be clear, we are looking this summer at the flex period, not the advisory this summer. Because of the test scores that you mentioned, we are looking at doing different things with our flex days, which is 4 days out of the week that students are in flex. The advisory period would only be looked at when we look at a new schedule, which we are going to be engaging in conversations about starting this summer, but that schedule would not go in place until 24-25. Erica is correct that in the meantime, we are moving forward with counseling lessons during that advisory period. And if Character Strong is not approved as a resource, we would revert back to what we have been doing, which is the counselors are creating the lessons for that.
Any other questions or discussion? We have a motion on the table to table this until we get further information on classes.
Make sure I got that right then, Carolyn. You said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you want to table this until we know what advisory looks like?
Yeah, I'd like to table this until we know what advisory and flex time is going to look like for the following school year.
For 23-24?
Correct. It would be for 23-24, nothing is going to change because schedules have already been set, so it'd be for 24-25.
If we're approving this, we are approving it for the 23-24. So,
that is correct.
So by not doing this, we will not have a curriculum in place for that year.
We will not be spending $25,000 just because if we have something that is working now, why would we spend $25,000 on a program that is 9 to 12 lessons that I see as a time that could be better spent in core classes to raise our test scores.
If, by adopting this curriculum that we're discussing, it also affects our character strong class, right? Because if we don't adopt this, then they will not be able to use it in that class as well. Am I correct?
Rick would move forward in developing that curriculum without the use of character strong.
He said it would be difficult and he would have to.
Correct.
Okay.
And I just do want to
I just
clarify,
wanna
just so everybody's on the same page, we're talking about 9 lessons, around 9 grade lessons per grade level, 7, 12. Yeah.
Any more discussion?
So the motion is to table this. We're going to vote on that. If it doesn't pass, then we can go back and make a motion to approve this. Is that correct?
Correct.
I do have a question though for Mrs. Simon. You mentioned something about the programs that we currently have.
Diego, speak up, please.
Sorry, you mentioned something about the programs that we currently have, and you said that they're working. To be honest, as a student, I don't know what you're talking about.
So, Diego, they're not working?
Well, if I don't know what they're talking, I
So
can't
you'd
say that
recommend
they
a
are.
change? Diego, go ahead.
Yeah, no. If I may be candid, I think that a new guidance program would be beneficial. I mean, flex time isn't used for anything. Flex time is the 30 minutes where students get time to work on their own independent things and meet with teachers and such. 9 lessons per grade level over the course of a year for what is really a drop in the bucket in terms of like financially. I believe that would be beneficial. And I don't understand, you did mention something about current programs working, but I don't know what current programs you're referring to. And if you do have examples, I would love to hear
I
it.
think, Jerry, did you say the current program? You said the current program is not working.
And that's what he is saying as well.
Okay.
That's
So
because
we've been doing a program currently.
So this would be an improvement for our students.
We don't currently have a program that we're using.
You have the counselors providing lessons.
They are creating lessons on their own.
Right.
So would this be taking over, replacing the things that we're doing in advisory currently, the kind of muck ready stuff? Or
it would be in partnership with that. So we'd
Okay.
still have like the muckway lessons. We'd still have like if there was dress code or something that typically had to be covered. But this would actually put a resource in place versus counselors, I guess for lack of a better word, just using their best judgment to create a lesson without a resource.
So then I do have a follow-up question. Is this replacing some currently existing program, or is this something new entirely?
This would be new.
Okay, thank you.
So just to recap, we have been looking at Character Strong for a while now. We've been engaging in discussions on Character Strong and potentially approving it for a while. We have gone through, or we've had the opportunity as board members to go online, to look at the lessons, to see what we think, to raise concerns, and it's been for months and months and months. We delayed a month to give our brand new board members time and access to go in as well. So I'm struggling with the fact that we're sitting here on the eve of potential approval, and now we're hearing a pushback and a problem with it when we should have been hearing that previously. I do think that we also have confusion, which we dealt with last month, between flex and advisory. So I think we need to make sure that we always have that clear. Advisory happening once a month where our counseling lessons happen. So this resource, which we went to pilot it because we're always looking at continual improvement. I don't want to ever settle for something if it's not doing what we need it to do or what we hope that it would do. Because $25,000 in our curriculum budget, like Diego said, is a drop in the bucket, and we have spent a considerable amount of time on this already. So I'm a little surprised to hear the pushback now.
I think I've been pushing back on it the whole time. I just think it's a waste of time for our students. The students that I've talked to that are piloting this program and that have piloted it have sent clips of some of the videos over that they were, this is me sitting in advisory, what a waste, waste of time is what I hear. So, and these are really good students that are sending this over to me. They're not, kids that are enjoying the waste of time and just screwing around and texting on their phone. But
Right, precisely. And I would say as a student, obviously, the advisory programs are kind of useless. They aren't they aren't maximizing their benefit, I guess. But I do think that a new program that is supposed to be specifically tailored to each age group, that is done in a shorter period of time, because 45 minutes for advisory, to watch some presentations that people don't really have that much interest in, that is the issue with it. These aren't very well put together. They're kind of, it's part of the counselor's job, obviously. Yeah,
with
exactly.
all
They're
due
not tailored
respect-
to students.
Yeah, I agree. And I think these are not put together as well either. And I don't see the benefit that this has over a lesson that one of our counselors is going to put together. I don't see that changing anything as far as the course of a student's life is going versus if we can get them back into a math classroom for more time or a science classroom for more time. That's my focus. So my focus is to improve test scores and to give that time back, because we all know that flex and advisory is a giant waste of time. So that's going to be on the agenda. So my focus is, let's stay with what we have. Let's save our district $25,000, and let's spend our time focusing on how we can get our kids back in the core classes.
Right, but then I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. Honestly, I think if your focus is on improving test scores, the obvious approach would be to get rid of classes like welding and classes that are actually pre-professional, because those aren't tested on the ACT. But that's not a good idea either. I don't think this is the right thing to be focusing on. I think it's for something that we've been working on for a while, clearly, something that is not expensive at all, in place of or supplementing something. In place of or supplementing something that is already not working. I would argue this is beneficial, because this is something that is gonna.
Did you review the lessons?
What was that?
Did you log in and review all these lessons?
Yeah, no. Sorry. What was it? Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Okay.
Yeah, no. However, sorry. This is something that supplementing a program that is not working. We can only hope. This is the only way to see if this will actually improve it, right? Keeping things the way they are isn't working, clearly. A change, at least an effort to make a change, is the best that we can do right now, especially since there's been work done on it. We don't want to table this until we know something about advisory. I would argue that starting now and then seeing the impacts that it has would be better than waiting and then even having to be even more patient with the process. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I think it makes sense.
I have one other. If we would approve this and spend the money on it, and we would rework our flex and our advisory, this resource could still be used in that Character Strong, that new curriculum that Rick Whitty will be starting in the fall, right? So even if we use it for a year, and then Rick can use it going forward by approving this and getting this curriculum. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. Rick does intend to use it in his curriculum. Again, using it as a resource.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what he would use for a leader's mindset?
That is correct.
Yes, that's what we're discussing.
Yeah, the course.
Vito?
Hey.
I think it makes sense. If we all agree, or everybody that knows about it agrees that what we're currently doing isn't working, it makes sense to do something else. If that doesn't work, we'll probably learn something there too. But if we know that what we're doing isn't working and we don't have a complete change in the schedule, because that's what it would take to revamp things, right, and get back into the core classes, we'd have to redo the schedule. That's not happening this month or next month. It makes sense to do something in an attempt to make it at least better until we do figure out exactly what we're doing. So
I think we've all put the time in as far as studying this. I agree with Diego.
let's vote.
All right.
I think if we know it's not, if we know this time is being wasted, we know we need to focus on that, but why not try something else while we're at it? Go out swinging.
All right. There's a motion and a second to table this. And all in favor of tabling it, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Can we get a hand count? What's that? A roll call, please.
Carlgi Bugenhagen?
Aye.
Erica Connor?
No.
Jake?
No.
Gail Lesage?
No.
Dale Porter,
Aye.
Vito Schwartz,
No.
Carolyn Simon,
Aye.
Craig Burtz,
No.
Jerry Winchowski, no.
All right, character strong passes.
No, it doesn't.
No.
What's that?
I would like to make a motion that we approve this
That's right.
grade
That's
7,
right.
12 counseling resource as presented.
I second it.
Jerry can have
All right, we have a motion and a second to pass character strong. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
All right, character strong passes. Moving on to debt defeasance. Resolution authorizing the transfer of funds that establishes of an escrow account with respect to and the defeasance of certain of the taxable general obligation refunding bonds dated December 1st, 2020.
Yeah, that's probably the longest action item we have by title there, but that's just something that we have to do by the letter of the law. So we're looking to defease $1.5 million of debt. The details are with you. We talked about them last meeting. We're looking to pass resolution 2023-100 to take action here. And if we could do that by a roll call vote as well for the minutes that we have to submit, that would be great.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second.
I'd like to make a comment here about Tom's doing a great job of keeping us ahead of the game here. We constantly hear about places that aren't fiscally responsible, and Tom is constantly putting us in a position to where we can get things done earlier. So kudos to you, Tom. Good job.
Thanks, V. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Crosby Buchanan,
Was there any
We're-
comments or discussion? Just, all right, there's a motion and a second. All right,
Yeah.
What was the motion?
To approve.
to approve the
All right. I'm ready now. Aye.
all right, Sherry.
Erica Connor,
Aye.
Jake,
Aye.
Gail Lesage, Dale Porter,
Aye.
Vito Schwartz,
All right.
Carolyn Simon,
Aye.
Greg Burtz,
Aye.
Jerry Winchowski, aye.
All right. Tom, your defeasance is approved.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to 2023-24 budget assumptions.
All right, so next week next month we'll look to approve our final budget that we'll present to the community at the annual meeting, which is taking place July 31st. To build the budget that I use and I hope to get your approval in June. The budgets that I have, the budget assumptions that I've given you is what I think that the committee of the whole, is recommending. So the big assumptions here were a loss of 50 students in our third Friday count and $275, which we chose that to be conservative, not to give ourselves more money in a planning sense. Hopefully Representative Rettinger gives us that 300, and that would prove let's be conservative in our assumptions is holding true. It's better to react to having more money on the back end than not having enough, and now you're making cuts. We're avoiding that by doing this.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to pass the 2023-2024 budget assumptions.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Budget assumptions are approved. Moving on to stop arm cameras for buses.
All right, so as you know, we installed stop arm cameras. They've been helpful. They keep our students safer. We report a lot of illegal passings that unfortunately do happen. So we have 18 buses done. We have 20 left. The cost for that is $65,000, just slightly over. We're looking for permission from the board to finalize equipping the rest of our buses and to use fund balance, that existing fund balance from prior years to pay for it.
I'd like to make a motion.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions?
Just to let the community know who's here, there was over, was it 100 plus?
A month ago, it was 105. It's certainly more now.
There's 105 incidents that these stop arm cameras have caught vehicles going around school buses when the stop sign's out and kids are trying to cross the street. So that was 105 times that at least people were caught, the license plates were captured, it's all reported to the police, and they can go forward with ticketing all those naughty people.
Tom, do you know what our conviction rate is on that?
I don't know that. I'd be surprised if the municipal judge let somebody off for illegally passing a bus. I'll talk to Judge Abruzzo next time I see him and see if he's dropping the hammer or letting him off. My guess is he's not letting him off, but I'll check in.
Thank you.
I was made aware today that there was another location where a young man was killed by someone who went around the bus and hit him when he was crossing the street.
Burlington.
That's in Burlington.
Burlington.
Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the stop arm cameras for the buses. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Stop arm cameras for buses is approved. Moving on to the 2023 and 24 school fees.
All right, so I brought a set of proposed school fees. By and large, they're unchanged from the prior year. I'll answer any questions you might have, but if not, we will, Erica, continue to look at student activity fees, which we don't currently have for most groups, but we'll look at that. We just need a little more time.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the student fees for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
We have a motion and second to approve the school fees. Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. 2023-24 school fees is approved. I believe we got through all citizens' comments.
Yep.
Okay, and then we're going to go to unfinished business. Superintendent report.
So I just have one piece I was going to offer here. Unless Dr. Cook, you got anything here? All right. So we recently went through, when we did this project here that we're in right now, the 2016 referendum at Mukwonago High School, we had to go through a bond rating to determine what's our risk as people who buy bonds, borrow entities like ours money, what's our risk? And we were rated as a AA quite some time ago. We recently we went through a reaffirmation of that, and we got the results back last Friday that we're continued to be a AA rated district, but we now have a positive outlook, meaning that we have the potential to raise our rating within the next 2 years. So AAA is the highest rating. I think the last time I looked at this, there's only a very small handful of school districts in Wisconsin who carry that. So we're knocking on the door of that being the best rating possible. So a couple of the reasons that they were given is our tax base is growing, there's population growth, our income levels in the district are above national average, the financial performance of the district has exceeded expectations, the management team is very good, long-term planning is great, and we're paying off our debt early. So I think they're telling us we're doing the right things, and that was good news, and I'm happy to share that with the community.
Well done.
That's it. That's all we had.
All right, President's report, I don't have anything. Moving on to legislative and correspondence recognition report.
Okay, so I was asked to share the following recognition for the month of May. Congratulations to senior Maddie DeBooth, the Kiwanis Student of the Month for May. Her many accomplishments and activities include a 4.0 GPA, 9 AP classes, tennis team captain, Badger Girls State representative. She's also in soccer, ecology club, and the Sting Cancer Club. So congratulations to Maddie this month. Congratulations also to the cast and crew of Frozen. Hope you were able to see the show at some point over the course of the weekend of May 5th through the 7th. The PVMS students were really wonderful in the show. A special congrats to Hallie Kelly, Susan Regath, PJ Uhazi, and Grace Hartzler for their hard work with the students. Big congratulations to the MHS singers who scored a 1 at the state solo ensemble. It was quite the list this year. And Aaron Pirelli, as well as Phantom Gold, earned exemplary performance nominations, which are not easy to get. So congratulations to that group and to Aaron. Congratulations to our girls track team for its Classic 8 conference championship. Dustin already mentioned AMP is graduating 32 seniors. So congratulations to them. They received their stoles at the AMP breakfast last week. And finally, Sean linked in seniors who received scholarships last week at an award ceremony. So please join us in thanking all of our scholarship sponsors, as well as congratulations to the students who got those awards. So good month.
Thank you. Next up is executive session. Executive session, Wisconsin Statute 118.125, Wisconsin Statute 19.85, deliberating or negotiating or purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business wherever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Wisconsin Statute 19.85, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons except where B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data or involved in such problems as investigation. Wisconsin Statute 19.85, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. Motion to make it go into executive session.
I will make a motion that we move into executive session.
Second. Do we roll call out of here?
Crosby Bugenhagen?
Yes.
Erica Connor?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Gail Lesage? Yes. Dale Porter?
Yes.
Peter Schwartz?
Yes.
Carolyn Simon?
Yes.
Craig Burtz?
Yes.
Sherry Winchowski? Yes.
Executive session. Yes. Calling this meeting back into open session, has been noted. We are going to make a statement on our policy tomorrow morning, and we are now going to go into transportation rates. It was recommended a 5% increase.
Make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second for a 5% transportation rate increase. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, motion passes. Transportation rates of 5% increase passes. All right, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. We adjourned.